Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great start to the day here. Let's do a quick little rundown of what to expect here this morning, right? Or what to what's kind of going on here today, right? Today is FOMC day, so that means we're anticipating Powell to start speaking at, FOMC decisions to come out at 2 p.m. and Powell to start speaking at 2:30 here today, right? This gap up this morning is really hard to trust because of this news narrative that we have kind of hanging out over our heads here all day long, right? No sort of macro news change here, right? No sort of, nothing's come out overnight. Nothing has changed sort of this chop that we've dealt with so far last, 10 days. So this gap up changes nothing, right? Why would we try to front run this news event by like 6 hours, right? It just makes no sense. So really hard to trust this, 4:30 open, right, in the short term. My bias here this morning, at least off this opening hour, is to look for sort of gap and fade rejections, right, back down towards, say, this 426, right, yesterday's close. That would certainly start to look pretty interesting. Otherwise, right, we're very much in the middle of this range, right, looking for a move under 415 or above 441. And in between, right, very much no man's land with no new real narrative change. Similar story here on QQQ. Okay, decent looking candle, but bad looking volume. So again, right, a little bit of a compromise. Still gapping up here, just like this old spider, but doesn't seem to want to give us a very consistent narrative, right? We're not getting that clean story. We're not getting that super easy action here this AM. If this thing can break down under, right, well, we're looking for a move under 317, but we're at 330 here, right? So by the time it gets there, is it really realistic to think we're going to get that follow through? Probably not, right? So looking at this as a gap and fade setup, right, again, until that FOMC, right? Very hard to trust this action, very hard to trust this gap up until that 2 p.m. time frame comes and goes. We're basically going to have like two market opens here today, right? We're going to have 9:30 to 10:30, right, 11, and then 2 to 4. We're going to have those kind of two periods here today where there's maybe going to be some action. And I think it's going to be very choppy, very challenging, very tricky until those narratives sort of figure themselves out. Apple, right, really good gap up here again, but similar story, right? Good candle, but maybe not the right volume profile. We keep getting 2 out of 3. We're not getting 3 out of 3 here to sync up, right? We're not getting these narratives to all sort of tell us that same consistent story here. So challenging to get super attached or super involved, right, until we kind of get that proven otherwise. We're still waiting for FOMC. We're still waiting for that news narrative to come and go. So I don't see what has changed here, right, to sort of continue to give support to this gap up, right? So continuing to look at sort of gap and fades, continuing to look for sort of breakdowns back down towards that 155. But maybe on this Apple, right, we have easier setups than this. Tesla, right, very similar narrative here. Smaller gap ups, kind of more disappointing daily volume. A couple things that we need to be cautious of here on Tesla, right? Kind of a trend line rejection here, so maybe not as much space as it looks, right, to the upside. So need to be a little bit cautious, right, that we're not getting stuck or getting trapped chasing this move until that narrative flips for us. And then, right, we just can't seem to get that clean follow through, right? Maybe if we can get that breakout over this 850, starts to give us that clean action or kind of gives us that pop towards, $10 at a time. But very much still feels like we're within this sort of consolidation range where there's no information here that tells me we've sort of kind of gotten out of it, right? We seem stuck. We seem a little bit hesitant, or we don't seem to be getting that really consistent, clean price action. So with that FOMC, right, with that sort of price action narrative, there's nothing there that tells me that this is going to be particularly easy to the upside here, right yet. So again, right, still looking at those gap and fades. Maybe we've got a little bit of room down towards that 800 mark, right? It's like $16 as stands. And if that thing can set up, right, then there's a lot of space, there's a lot of room, and hopefully, right, that can create a little bit of some potential. But again, right, very hard to trust this narrative until Powell and the Fed tells us what they want to do. Microsoft, really interesting setup here, where it kind of reminds me of like very similar to this Tesla, right, but slightly better volume profile, which I like. Indecisive price action there, okay. If it can just break over this 290 with some conviction, right, there definitely could be some room up towards that 295 mark. This would be more one where we'll add those levels here if this market shows us a lot of strength off this opening bell. So for now, Microsoft is still within this consolidation, but it kind of has this sort of half level here, or this sort of this like half level consolidation at this 290. If it can get over that, then it certainly has a little bit of ways it can climb. But I'm just a little bit skeptical here. My problem with Microsoft as well, is that it's not been giving me, I should say, particularly great option volume. It's just like, I don't know, teasing on the amount, or like, the quality of spread isn't very good, right? It's just not giving me very much confidence that I'm going to be able to get an execution and then have confidence I'm going to get a clean execution, right, on this Microsoft. So that needs to continue to be watched. Really, I'm looking for that 2K option volume, right? That's not open interest. I mean, option volume traded. And then I'm looking for a spread that's less than 2%. And we're struggling to get that off the opening 10, 15 minutes on Microsoft. So might need to be a little bit cautious on it today. AMD and NVIDIA giving us really similar narratives, right? What I like about these names, especially if the markets go green and sort of stay green on these gap and goes, is that at least on this March 8th, right? So we go March 8th here on the SPY, right? Very bearish day. We go March 8th here on QQQ, right? Very bearish day. But then we look at AMD, right? And we look at NVIDIA. It's a little bit more of that green, right? Indecision. Well, if it's green indecision, it's still bullish, right? It's still bulls are in control here. So we've got bulls in control, high volume breakout there yesterday, or high volume bullish engulfing candle. Pair that up with a little bit of a gap up, right? It's at least a little bit more of a consistent narrative compared to some of these other names that we've seen here today. So AMD, if it can break out over this 113.40, that's where it starts to get really interesting and can move up towards like that 115, right, 116.50 area very, very quickly. So you need to be a little bit cautious here and a little bit patient, right, just to make sure that this market is cooperating, right? What we like about NVIDIA, what we like about AMD is that this little pivot that we're bouncing off of, or that relative sign of strength that we're finding support off of, is just better than what we're seeing in the SPY, right? It's better than what we're seeing in QQQ. So if we get that strength here this morning, right, these two names are going to be our priority. Otherwise, right, we're going to be looking for gap and fade setups where something like SPY is going to be in play, or Apple is going to be in play, and they give us maybe a little bit more relative strength in that context. In general, today's expectation is that we maybe have a little bit of action first hour, first 90 minutes, and then things to get really quiet, really slow, really choppy until FOMC. At FOMC, right, that 2 p.m. kind of time frame, start to expect the algos to get turned back on, things to get a little bit chaotic, things to get a little bit wild, and then we can kind of treat that again like this market open. Powell starts speaking at 2 p.m. So we kind of have, 2:30. So we kind of have a little bit of a window between that 2 p.m. when the rate decision gets dropped, and then when he starts speaking, where there might be a little window for an entry, and then 2:30 to say like 2:45 probably has a few kind of comments that get the algos going, and then we can kind of roar things back up for this power hour time frame. So in general, I think there's a little bit of an expectation of if we can get action, we should know pretty early on in this morning, right, how this day wants to shape up, where that volume wants to step in. If we've got a few sort of names that we look at, right, like NVIDIA, for example, if we just go 15-min time frame, right, it's so like very consistently, right, we get that outlier increasing volume on that opening 15-min. And those days where we don't, right, maybe that's our warning sign that we're going to be dealing with a little bit of chop. So we have a couple little like tools we can use here, right, that are going to give us some of those narratives, right? They're going to help kind of give us a little bit of that clarity here this morning. So we're just going to really see how this day shapes up, right? I don't know how much action we're going to get, and we're going to find that out within sort of the first, hopefully 15, 30 minutes of the day. It's been a relatively choppy market, right? So we're just going to assume it's going to continue to be that way until proven otherwise. I'd like to think that this day will be strong, but this is just a news narrative, right? So we're waiting for FOMC. That's what everyone's waiting on. This is a very cloudy macro picture. So hopefully the Fed gives us a little bit of a kind of forward guidance, right? Like how companies issue us forward guidance. We kind of want the same thing from the Fed here today. For those of you who are new, welcome to DTR Wednesday. Say hello, introduce yourselves. My name is Michael, the head trader here. I'll be jumping on the mic sort of all day long and kind of talking through all my setups, talking through all my plays, and talking through kind of how this market is behaving and why it's doing that. I'd really appreciate if you guys could like and subscribe this video, share with your friends. I do free live streams on Wednesdays. The more people that get to see this video or more people that trade with us, right, the better. And hopefully can avoid and prevent people from kind of learning from some of the charlatans that are out here. I've spent a little bit over 8 years now day trading. I spent most of my career working as a hedge fund trader. Kind of got sick or tired of that life, so now I kind of just manage my own money and try to teach people some of the tricks that I learned while working for the fund. Like I said, guys, right, I'll talk and I'll show you guys exactly what I do, why I do it, when I do it. Entry, like it says here, green line will be my entry target, red line will be my stop loss, and you'll see that here as the day kind of develops. But like I said, the more questions you can ask, the more I can talk about, the more I can hopefully share my knowledge with you. This has been a very slow, kind of choppy, boring market and not necessarily been giving us a ton of action. So if you want to learn, if you want to get involved, I'm here to help you guys achieve whatever you can. Otherwise, right, let's see how this day shapes up. We've got about 15 minutes or so until market open. I'm just going to go make myself a quick cup of coffee and then visualize a successful trading day. Like I said, if you guys could like and subscribe, get as many eyes onto this video. We'll do a quick little rundown here again before market open. Should be back in about 5 or so minutes. Hey, good morning, Zach. Sorry if I missed your comment there. How you doing this morning, man? So, guys, right, today's expectation here is FOMC, right? That's really the only narrative that we're dealing with. So, we're anticipating a announcement at 2 p.m. and then Powell speaking at 2:30. And so, this is what this market's been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. I have no idea how this market's going to react, right, in anticipation of this event. We haven't had a hike since like 2018. So there isn't that much precedent for us to deal with, right? It's been like 4 years since a rate hike, which is crazy, right? So we need to be very, very cautious, need to be very, very patient here this morning and be very disciplined of the action that we're going after. A lot of these gap ups will look great, but they're not exactly, where's the narrative change, right? Where's the justification to back up this gap up, right? So my bias this morning is to look for gap and fades in the middle of these ranges, right? As we sort of chop about waiting for FOMC. Essentially today we're going to have like two windows to trade, right? We're going to have this like initial morning hour and a half maybe, and then sort of that power hour post FOMC timeframe. Everything in between is going to be premium killing, time killing, right? Theta decay, right? Hair pulling, frustrating action. So we know that that's going to be the case, right? Or traditionally that's the case on FOMC days. So let's be proactive, not reactive to those conditions, right? If we know that it's going to be choppy, we know it's going to be nasty, we know it's going to be really kind of indecisive price action, right? The best way to avoid that kind of stress is to not get involved to begin with, right? So we want to be more proactive here today, not reactive in our risk management, right? We've been like that so far this week, so that's been great. But we still need to remain cautious, still need to remain patient until things set up as perfect, right? Main bias is still gap and fades because we're opening up in the middle of these ranges, right, where there's no real breakout or breakdown targets, right? We've done nothing to invalidate this weakness from March 8th, right, which is this second most bearish candle, right? So we've done nothing to sort of invalidate this weakness, right? This volume profile, okay, improving, but not great. So still remain very, very cautious. If we can break down under 430 on a gap and fade, right, we've got room down towards like that 427 area. So there's a lot of room. And if it wants to set up on the 5, 15, whatever time frame, I don't really care, as long as that volume profile is A+. Similar narrative here on QQQ, except that volume profile, right, isn't as strong. So decreasing daily volume versus SPY increasing daily volume. Again, though, right, gap up needs to break down towards that, say, 430 target. Not super strong, but maybe a little bit more of a easier bearish narrative here on QQQ with the 10-year, right, T-note hanging out at 22.717 and VIX hanging out at 28.8. So a lot of pressure here, right, a lot of momentum that could still step into the downside. Hard for me to trust this narrative. Again, right, probably needs to break out above that 350. So we're kind of in the middle of this range, right, where it needs to break down under 317 or above that 350. Not really anything to do there besides using Bollinger Bands as a kind of gap and fade situation. Apple, right, very similar setup here this AM. BB band looking to get back inside. Not quite engulfing volume though, right, like this QQQ. So kind of getting that 2 for 3 here like some of these other indexes and not giving us that fantastic sign of strength. Could look for that gap and fade again right down towards that, say, 156 target. And we'll see where that volume steps in on Apple this morning. Tesla looking interesting too, right? Decreasing daily volume, a little bit of a bounce off of that 755 there and above that 800 target here so far. If it can break down under this 820, right, 819 at the moment, has room down towards that 805, right, 806 areas on some potential follow through, but need to remain very cautious, right? Maybe not the biggest gap up compared to some of these other names, where it just might not give us that right risk reward profile down towards that 805, right, 804 areas. Microsoft, right, a little bit of a gap up, right? Maybe a slightly stronger versus slightly stronger compared to QQQ, right, where it's got that bullish engulfing candle, bullish engulfing on volume, and then gapping up and over. Objective here is to see how this 290 holds. If this 290 can hold, it has room towards that 296, right, 295 area, but need to remain a little bit cautious that we don't get stuck on this trend line. Main issue here with this Microsoft is that over the last, I don't know, it feels like 3 months maybe, so option volume just isn't there. So need to be very cautious that we're getting the right spreads, that we're getting the right option volume, and we're not chasing contracts that are going to kind of shake us out and flip us out. Option volume I look for is 2K option volume, right? That's not 2K open interest. That's 2K contracts traded, and then 2% spreads or less. So give me really tight options, give me really tight volume, and then I'm going to have really high confidence that we could get that follow through. We've been very bearish here so far this morning, right? And happy to be a little bit flexible on some bullish breakouts if we kind of get some gap and goes on the index level. Stuff like AMD and NVIDIA are going to be sort of my two favorites here this AM, right? Simply because when we saw that weakness here on March 8th, we saw relative strength, right, on AMD and NVIDIA. So kind of green dojis, right, versus red indecision or red sellers definitely creates a little bit of a bullish bias for me, right, if these things can go. Looking for a breakout over that 113.40 for a move towards that 115, 116.50, right? Possibly even a move towards that 120 area. But I think we're going to struggle a little bit, right? Or just a little bit skeptical about this thing running super easily prior to FOMC. Same concept here on NVIDIA, except we want to see this thing break out over like that 240.55, maybe even that 241, 242 target. We'll see how this thing shapes up, right, where this volume steps in. But AMD maybe looks a little bit nicer than this NVIDIA. So we're going to see, right, how this day comes together. Like I said, today's expectation is a little bit choppy, a little bit challenging until FOMC at 2 p.m. Once that news narrative drops, those algos goes crazy. We should have an opportunity to clean up, hopefully a few setups and kind of chase after some of those volume outliers once we have an opportunity to see what they look like. Worth noting that a lot of our overnight peers, right, in Germany, in London, in Hong Kong, right, really outperformed here today. Hong Kong index almost up like 10%, 9% up on the day. And so that's like one of the largest single day pops since like 2008, I think, in Hong Kong, right? Germany up 2.5%, now faded quite a bit, was up like 3.5% about an hour ago. So has sold off here a little bit. Maybe that creates a little bit more of that illusion of indecision here this morning. But just want to remain very, very cautious, right? This market is waiting for FOMC. We're waiting for this news narrative to drop. Comes out at 2 p.m. So let's not get too in love with this price action until then. Could be relatively boring, relatively sitting on hands, right? Until this price action is perfect. Like I said, guys, please use the chat, right? If you're a DTR, not a DTR member, if you are a DTR member, the chat is your friend here today. The more questions you can ask, the more you can get involved, the more I will have to talk about. So let's see how this day shapes up. Let's see where this relative strength steps in. But bias is gap and fades here if that weakness comes in off this opening bell, or we're going to look for continuation breakouts on this AMD and NVIDIA if we see strength off this indexes. If there's no action off this opening, say hour to 90 minutes, it's going to be very hard to trust price action here remainder of the day. So we're going to be very, very cautious until that sort of 2 p.m. time frame if nothing sets up or steps up in this opening, say, hour, 90 minutes. So about, 50 seconds here, 40 seconds till market open Just make sure you're not too far behind on the stream, right? You're ready to absolutely crush it. And if you guys could throw me a like on this video, more people get to see it, right? Just helps the algorithm out. If I can get, I don't know, 20 people in the stream today, that would be a lot of fun. Just the more we can get, the merrier. So let's see where this market steps up, guys. We're not going to be chasing any action off this opening 30 seconds, right? Let's see, wait for some of these things to settle. Let's see where that momentum steps in, and then we can look to take advantage of these relative moves. So that's market open. Bollinger Bands are going to be our friend here today. We're not going to overtrade. We're going to be very cautious. We're going to see where that volume steps in. Our expectation here today, right, or our kind of our warning sign, right, is we expect volume to step in, right? And if we're going to know it isn't when the names that we see it always coming in at don't get the volume. So something like this NVIDIA consistently gets that outlier volume off the opening 15 minutes, right, off the opening 10 minutes. So if we aren't able to get that kind of shine of strength, we aren't able to see huge volume step in on names that traditionally look like or historically get a lot of volume, it's going to be hard to put a ton of stock, right, into those moves. So for now, right, definitely getting a little bit of that bearish narrative like we talked about, but nothing high conviction here yet. A little bit of a divergence between SPY and Apple and QQQ, right? Don't traditionally want to see that. You want to see indexes and our leading names to be telling us that same story. Interesting from JPM. So Apple's definitely going to be worth keeping an eye on here off this opening bell, right? Very impressive volume standard. 3 minutes, 1.5 minutes, and we got 3 minutes to go. Should get to that bearish engulfing on volume, right? Should get that increasing volume standard. We're going to see how big that gap is, right, by the time it gets there, or if it fills out. Like I said, we're not falling in love with this opening price action. Opening 5-10 minutes, right? Let's wait for this first candle to close, and then we should have a really good indication of where we can kind of get that relative strength. Good volume here so far on this NVIDIA, but would like to see QQQ cooperate before I've got confidence that NVIDIA is going to give us that follow through here to the downside. My biggest concern, right, or my biggest fear here today is going to kind of live itself out or play itself out when we get kind of divergences between indexes and individual names that make up those indexes. So if QQQ is giving me a full body candle to the upside and NVIDIA is giving me a full body candle to the downside, I'm not going to want to play it, right? It just scares me too much, right? So let's see where these names step in. Let's see where this relative action steps in. Something like this Apple, right? We're going to be targeting this midline, 154.60 kind of target. So we still got a little bit of room to go. We don't need to be too worried that if that gap disappears. I don't know if that volume is going to step in here on QQQ, right? We're halfway through. We're not quite. It's kind of bullshitting, but we're not quite looking like we're going to be double the pace, right? If we double this initial volume bar, right, doesn't look like it's going to be bigger than this yesterday's close, right? It's kind of an inexact science to compare it that way. Tesla, interesting, but this 800 barrier scares me, right? So if we can get a break and hold under 800, that's where it starts to get interesting. NVIDIA, very interesting. Apple, very interesting. So these bearish breakdowns very much in play. NVIDIA 230 puts have incredible volume, so those are going to be reasonable. Apple should have some option chain that has the right volume profile as well. Right, those 152.5s look exceptional. So let's just see how these things close over the next minute. We could have a setup here, so just stay frosty for a minute or so. So a little bit more of a pullback than you'd like to see here on this Apple, right? Just not giving us that most bearish candle. It's a little bit of an annoying look. Wow, what a flip from Tesla. So this AMD could be very interesting here, guys. BB breakout. You got 3-to-1 risk reward. Just setting up here. I'm not sure if it's ready. Not getting the right option volume, so staying away for the short term. So yeah, guys, right? Only reason we're avoiding this AMD at the moment is the option volume just isn't there. Maybe on the 115 calls. Okay, well, that might be a risk reward failure now. Right, so we're risking 85 cents to make $1.13. Just not worth it, right? It's not good enough risk reward to justify chasing after it. Any increasing volume we can get on the SPY or QQQ, right, starts to get interesting, but not good enough. Just a tough candle there from AMD, right? Just pulled back just a little bit too much for us to want to be super involved. So I need to remain a little bit cautious here just for a second still. This is going to be like a low vol pullback, right? Something along those lines. It could be interesting, but just as it stands, right, risk reward is not justifiable. So we need that 2-to-1 risk reward or better to keep trading a numbers game. Not getting that here. So I need to remain cautious. Not good enough volume there on Microsoft. Tesla, really good volume, but we talked about how a little bit scary, right, until sort of this trend line falls, right? So here's that resistance line essentially, right? How much space do we have up, right? We're kind of capped a little bit. That's why it wasn't too interesting here to me. So let's see how these opening 15-minute candles will look for us if they can give us a high conviction close. I'd say in general, a little bit of a sneaky opening 5 minutes. Okay, QQQ might give us that increasing volume. SPY might give us that increasing volume here. So guys, with the SPY, right, not interested in anything that expires today, right? That's not worth it. Not worth the extra stress. See this thing pull back here first, right? And then go. You want to see it go red, give us a logical area for a stop loss, and then it gives you an opportunity to chase after it. So we need to see these candles go red right before the SPY looks interesting, before QQQ looks interesting as a increasing volume breakout. Okay, so let's see if this thing can give us that little pullback here. Okay, right there it went red. So absolutely interested here in the SPY, guys. If we can get up and over this 432.20, I think we've got room up towards that 434. So as long as that risk reward profile remains reasonable, I am interested. Pre-FOMC, I'm just going to go half size, kind of default here. So let's see if this thing can go. I'm looking at March 18th calls here, right? 438 March 18th calls above this 432.20. So there I am in, guys. Average price 151. Average price 151. And just half size. So let's see if this thing can give us that pop here, up and over. Getting a little bit of decay here, right? We're kind of still hanging out at entry price, but those contracts have sold off here just a little bit. Just want to remain just a little bit cautious, but still in okay shape. This AMD is very interesting, but not going to chase after it until it gives us that breakout. NVIDIA, similar story, but again, right, not going to chase after it until it gives us that high conviction breakout over that 240. So let's see if the old spider can give us that pop here, up and over. Okay, so let's see if this thing can give us that pop, right? Get us towards that 10% entry protection mode. Then we can have a nice casual trade here. But so far, so good, right? So let's see if this thing can pop. Everything else seems to be looking very similar, or kind of giving us a similar narrative. So let's see if we can kind of start getting a bit of follow through and create a little bit of a buffer for our position here. But in good shape here so far, everyone. So let's see if this thing can keep going for us. Is anyone else in this SPY play here with me? Of course, Rusty. Let's go, man. Let's go. So let's see if this thing can give us those legs here. But we're creeping up towards that 10%, right? No worries, Damon. No worries. Welcome. Nice to see you in here. Guys, going to take off pretty close to that 10% here, right? So I'm going to take off probably like one third of my position here at 10%. And that 10% number for me is going to be 165. So we can take some off here at 165, 1/3 off, and then go entry protection mode. Entry protection will be like 155-ish, something along those lines. Hey, Carter, well, welcome. Guys, both of you, for those of you, who are guests and joining for the first time, welcome. Great to see you guys. My name is Michael, head trader at DTR. I run this live stream. Used to be a hedge fund trader. Now I'm not. Funny way of describing it, I guess. And I just love trading, right? So I try to teach people how to trade, teach people how to trade, show exactly what I do, why I do it, when I do it. If you're ever interested in becoming a day trader, I do things a little bit differently. Or you want to become a profitable trader, I do things a little bit differently with my room. Run a 90-day challenge. So if you want to become a profitable trader, give me 90 days and I'll turn you into a winning trader or your money back guaranteed. So if you guys are ever interested in learning and want to commit to a room, here's how I try to show you guys that it's not a scam, that I'm not after you guys' money, turn you into a winner or your money back, right? That's how confident I am in my methods. And the link is down there in the description below. This SPY, right? We've had a little bit of a pullback. Just a lack of follow through there immediately, which bothers me just a little bit. Just like could not get that 10% touch. Got close. but then pulled back, which I don't like. It's good on QQQ, right? QQQ, pretty good volume profile, you know, good increasing volume. But not the same here on the old spider. It's kind of a worst case scenario close. And like not worst case scenario for if you're a bull or if you're a bear. It's a worst case scenario because it's indecisive, right? So that's why it's the worst case, because we don't have a clear decision to make here. And so like generally, right, indecision is the worst decision. Or not being able to make a decision is the worst decision. So let's see if we did enough to survive. But hate when things pull back, right? Pull back before you can take that first take profit. Just a little bit stressful. Would like to see if we get that profit to lock in, and then it makes things just a little bit more realistic. But for now, it looks like we've survived that first pullback. So let's see if we can get that reward here towards that 10% barrier. But going to be very, very cautious. Probably if we make a lower low at this point, going to stop myself out. So stop loss can be just if we break down under this 431.98, right? Call it under this 432. And let's see if we can just get a little bit of a take profit. I might be a bit more aggressive here now, right? Try to take some off at like that 160, which is not quite 10%, but very close. Yeah, Carter. So I basically just, the service I provide is live coaching during the day, right? So I think that for me is like where the value is, because you don't learn. I'm never wrong outside of market hours, right? So you need to learn how to lose as a trader. So that's one thing I provide. Two, show you guys what like risk management looks like, what discipline looks like in trading. I think that is really tough for people to kind of wrap their head around. And then I show you why I'm doing things and yeah, where I'm doing them, and just like basically just stream of consciousness. Every thought I have about the market, I basically just turn on the mic for. I'm just a little bit hesitant with this SPY. Just gonna give it a second here. Just gonna give it a second. This was the original stop loss. I'm just gonna give it just a minute to breathe. All right, that's gonna be me out, guys. That's gonna be me out. Just could not get us to that initial take profit, right? And then kind of fading back towards the mean. So that scares me just a little bit. Scares me just enough. So I just want to get out, right? So happy to jump out of there. 10% loss, right, on a half size play. That's okay. Right, protect ourselves from letting it get bigger. Just did not want to give us that follow through. Have to admit when we didn't get that reaction we're looking for, and just shake yourself out. Right, not everything's going to move. We're expecting chop until this FOMC. That's why we're sizing down. That's why we're protecting ourselves in that context, and we'll be able to get it back very easily. Yeah, very disappointing. Could not get to that 10%. Really disappointing. So Tesla here now at resistance, increasing volume doji at resistance. Not exactly fantastic. Not what you want to see. So watch the rejections here, right? As we creep up towards this 30-min close, we're seeing a little bit of weakness, in this last, say, 7 minutes or so. If we're going to be bullish, right, NVIDIA is probably the best look here on this 30-min. So watch for some of these rejections, right? Like we talked about. If we start to see a little bit of some increasing volume selling pressure, maybe it'll look to fade some of these moves here. Hey, Jonathan, how you doing? So NVIDIA definitely interesting to me here. Absolutely. Little low vol pullback inside bar, very much in play. So we've got room up towards, call it that 240 area. So as long as this risk reward remains reasonable, should be in play. Yeah, it's fine. So I'd like to see this probably go red a little bit, a little pullback first, and then give me the go. Looking at the 245 calls here. I mean, Apple could be in play here as a little BB breakout. You got room up towards that 160 area. So I definitely am interested in Apple here, guys. Not sure which calls yet here. Fuck. Probably the 157.5 calls. Nice. Yeah, we're not ready for this to jump into Apple here yet, Carter. But if it can give us a higher high, then I will be interested for sure, and I'll look to jump in. Hopefully it runs for you from here, though. It's annoying we couldn't get it on... real annoying. All right, so still watching very closely here, right? Still watching very closely. Yeah, we didn't have the entry trigger here yet, right? So we need that higher high breakout before you get that entry trigger. So we have a setup, just no confirmation trigger here yet. So nothing to force at the moment. Still in play, but the longer it takes, the more annoying it gets. Okay, QQQ looks really interesting here. Right, probably want to see it break down under this 334. But you have a lot of room down back towards these low of days. Increasing volume, right? Hammer candle rejection. Top of BB band, no follow through to the upside. Right, bearish narrative here. Not ready to chase this yet. But looks really tempting. Okay, so watching closely here. So under this 333.90, guys, I will be looking in with the 325 puts. Again, right, just going half size here. Okay, so watching closely. All right, guys, I am in 176. 176 on those puts. Stop loss 334.77. So that's another head fake. So still okay. Still okay. Yeah, Ben, I'm out. I'm out. Anytime it crosses that line, man, I'm out. So watching Nvidia here, right, has some legs potentially. Good volume on this inside bar breakout. Really good volume on this 15 min candle. Okay, so that's AMD breaking out right above. Not good enough volume though. Nvidia volume much stronger. Right, so pretty much at that area of resistance now. So just waiting for a pullback here, but not getting one again. So on this NVIDIA, right, now we're going to wait, see if we can get that breakout, right? Now we're going to need the hold of 240, right, for a move towards that 245. So we'll see how this 5-minute candle can close. Should have that outlier volume, but just not giving us a chance for an entry here. Tesla could be interesting as well, right? Breaking through trend line, has room towards maybe that 850 on some vol. Good 5-minute volume as well. So it could be in play. Couple things that could be interesting, but we've been shaken out here a couple times, so just a little bit cautious still here, right? This has been a little bit of an FU session here so far, so I just want to remain a little bit cautious, right? Like SPY's going all of a sudden. Played calls and puts, and their timing's been wrong on both, which sucks. Highest volume bar of the day here on the SPY. Interesting. That's interesting. Okay, NVIDIA, very interesting here, guys, right? Very interesting. Looking at those 245 calls, right? Above 242.77. Okay, so watching closely here, right? Watching closely over that 242.77. Okay, watching closely. All right, guys, I am in, or trying to get in. 434 average price, 434 average price. Let's see if this thing can finally give us an immediate pop here. Give us that 10% and turn this into a nice day here. So let's see if this thing has legs for us, right? We're in pretty good shape so far on this NVIDIA. Let's see if this thing can keep going for us, creep up towards that 245 target. We're in not bad shape though, right? Not bad shape. So let's see if this thing can keep going. Let's go, right? Starting to move on these pretty nicely here. Up 5%. So as we creep up towards that like 475, right? 480 target, going to look to take about 1/4 of my position off and then let the remainder run. So I'm going to take off, I'm going to take off 1/3 of my position here at this 480 and then lock in the remainder here, right? Entry protection mode. So I'm going to try to take off 1/3 of my position here at 480. Right, and then let's see if this thing can keep climbing towards that 245 area. So locking in a little bit of profit, right, making sure I cannot go red on this play at 10%. And now let's see if this thing can kind of keep giving us a little bit of follow through up. Stop loss on my remainder, guys. There we go, locked in some profit. Stop loss on my remainder here now going to be at 450. So protecting entry, protecting a net 5% win. Let's see if this thing can keep going, but in really, really good shape here. Anyone in this NVIDIA here with me? There we go, guys, right? Green on the day. Let's go. So let's see if this thing can keep climbing, pushing up towards that 20%. So let's see if we can keep getting a bit of follow through here, but in really, really good shape. Have nothing else to do besides watch this play keep climbing. In at 434, current price 525. So in really, really good shape. Let's see if this thing can keep going. Let's go, guys, right? Let's go. This thing is absolutely flying on us now. So really good shape here, 25%. Gonna look to take off probably another little bit, right? There's that 245 touch. So if we can get a little bit up and over this 245, right, gonna take a little bit more off. Take off another original 1/3. So I'll have a 1/3 of my original position left here if this thing can go. Stop loss still that 450. Now starting to maybe look a bit like a rejection off of that 245. So let's see if we can creep back up towards that target. Take a little bit more off there, but cannot let this trade go red here now, right? So really good job if you guys are in this. Hopefully we can keep getting a bit more follow through. Just could not get that sustained hold of that 245 yet, but it doesn't mean it's over and done with here at the moment. Still very much in play. Going to take off another 1/3 of my original position here at around that 550 mark. If we can get 550 on those contracts, going to take off another 1/3 of my original position. Yeah, my pleasure, Michael. Good job, man. Good job. So I'll see if this thing can keep climbing up for us, but we're in great shape on this NVIDIA, guys. A little bit of patience, right? A little bit of shake and fake this morning, but we're very much back in play. That risk management is the #1 thing that keeps us alive. So there we go, guys. Locked in a little bit more profit there at that 550. Now I have 1/3 of my original position left. Stop loss on this remainder is going to be $5. Let's see if this thing can keep running, but we've got nothing else to do besides watch this play just keep climbing. Let's go, guys. Let's go. So remember, guys, right, our #1 thing that we can control is our risk management. We can't necessarily control how the market's going to react. We can't control what the market's going to do. And the point of risk management is that we're going to be wrong, right? We're going to make mistakes. We're going to lose. We're going to be incorrect. Started the day off 0 for 2, right? But took 2 very, very small losses on half-size plays, right? And so that does 2 things. One, keeps me within sort of that 1 trade parameter. So I'm always 1 trade away from having a green day. And then 2, right, when I keep those numbers small or keep them within that personal number that I'm willing to absorb, right, it allows me to then view the next opportunity or the next setup that I get without being on tilt, right? So what happens is when we have losing trades, we start to see more and more setups, right? We start to see more and more ideas that come together, and most of the time those are wrong. But if we keep our position sizing appropriate and we're very proactive in managing our risk before we enter a trade, even if we're wrong, we're still going to look at things with kind of those like clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose, right? Like it sounds so stupid to phrase it that way, but that's really what the objective is here, right? That's the point of risk management, is to, when you make a mistake or when you're wrong, for it to not be a catastrophic game-changing error, right? So all of a sudden we're in at 434 and now these contracts are at $6 and we're laughing, right? We're loving life because we're able to survive and make good decisions. But if we go all in on every trade, we don't give ourselves a chance to survive a mistake, And therefore, right, we don't give ourselves a chance to survive as traders. We're all going to have red days. We're all going to have red trades. We're all going to have red mornings. So it's really just important that we control what we can control and just make sure that we keep trading a numbers game, right? That's the most important thing. It's the number one narrative that we need to be responsible for. And then everything else sort of takes care of itself. So we're crushing it here, guys, on this NVIDIA, right? This is a huge win all of a sudden. So we don't need to do anything crazy here. Really, really well done. Let's see if this thing can keep going for us. But we've got a little bit of room up towards that 247. I've got 1/3 of my original position left. And now, right, we're basically just seeing if we can get a little bit of luck and a little bit of follow through to have a really, really nice day. In general, I'm going to be keeping my stop loss about 10% behind the current price. So as is, stop loss 530 on these contracts. And let's see if we can keep getting a bit of follow through. Did anyone else catch this NVIDIA here with me? Let's go. Let's go. Nice work, everyone. Nice work. So look, the objective here for the end of the, well, for the rest of the week, right, is now hopefully as FOMC gets out of the way, right, if this Ukraine narrative that SF Trader is telling us is true, right, then we're starting to stack up, right, narratives that can help us establish a trend again, right? So we've survived until we can thrive, and hopefully we're going to enter a period where we can start thriving again, right? So really good job, everyone. Congratulations. For those of you who are not DTR members and would like to be one, I trade like this every single day, Monday through Friday for members. I do free live streams on Wednesdays. If you go inside my or inside the description of this YouTube video, you can get access to what's called the Traders Challenge. So this is sort of my how I'm backing you, right, for you guys to become profitable traders and to kind of make this transaction about running a trading room, right, and teaching you guys how to trade to be as fair as possible. So the deal is you join DTR for 3 months. You can pay month to month, 3 months at a time, however you want. If I can't turn you into a winning trader in those 90 days, you get your money back and we move on and we go our separate paths, right? I don't think there's any other trading rooms that are offering that deal. And so that's how it works, right? Become a winning trader, master the DTR principles. You'll become a winning trader in 90 days or less. If you guys want to join, right, the link is down in the description below. So should get stopped out here in a second, I'm guessing, on this NVIDIA. Yeah, there we go, guys. I'm getting stop. Well, not yet. Stop loss 520 on my remainder. So that's where my stop loss. I appreciate you saying that, Rusty. Appreciate you saying that. Trying to make the offer as irresistible as possible, right? There's too many scam artists. There's too many bullshitters out there. I believe in my ability to teach you guys how to trade, and I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is, but you guys got to meet me halfway. So I'm out now of NVIDIA, guys. I got stopped out, protecting a very, very nice win, right? Protecting 25%, right? So we'll never complain about that play. Let's go, right? Let's go, guys. Congratulations to everyone who caught that. Great trade. Now we really don't have too much of an expectation to do anything, right? So our theory here for the rest of this afternoon is that things get pretty choppy, get pretty slow, pretty challenging until this FOMC. So let's see how that shapes up, right? Doesn't mean I'm going anywhere. Doesn't mean I'm running away. None of that kind of stuff. Just means that I don't anticipate there being particularly any A+ setups rest of this morning prior to that afternoon, right? Not a bad little volume pop here this AM, but what scares me is a big run up for a news event, right? Is that going to be a sell the news type thing? Right, that's maybe how this market is setting itself up a little bit, and that just makes me a tad nervous, right? A tad nervous. So being very patient here, right? Being very, very patient. Not sure if anything else is going to particularly set up here. So like I said, guys, right, very much sitting on hands here in the short term until realistically probably FOMC right at 2 p.m. Doesn't mean I'm going anywhere. Doesn't mean I'm stopping trading. None of that kind of stuff, right? Just means that I don't have the expectation of there being an A+ setup. So I'm not going to put myself into a situation where I need to be stressed out, right? I'm 1 for 3, but I'm sitting on a nice green day, which is always like my most stressful way of having a great time, right? Sounds kind of ridiculous that way, to phrase it that way. But I hate 1 for 3 days, but I love them at the same time because it's a good show of your risk reward, right? Holding up. So from that capacity, right, relatively happy. But what it does tell me is there's still a lot of indecision, right? A lot of chop in this market. I don't particularly think we've gone after anything that wasn't A+, or at least relatively wasn't A+. So I remain skeptical and cautious, right, until sort of that proven otherwise. Even on those proven otherwise with that NVIDIA, for example, right, we are getting that pullback. We are getting that sort of stressful price action before it wants to move. So it's not, at least in my opinion, it doesn't feel super worth that extra stress, right? So being very cautious, being very patient, and only really trying to trade markets where I feel like I have a distinct advantage. Yeah, it definitely feels like that's the way, JP now. Definitely feels like that's the way this Fed decision is setting up, right? But we'll wait for that confirmation before we jump into anything. Yeah, what I'm like most curious about, or what I'm most interested in, I suppose, is how what their forward guidance is essentially, right? I want to see if this conflict in the Ukraine has really changed their perspective on how aggressively they want to manage rate hikes. So the last I saw was that they wanted to kind of do it like January 2004, where they did, I think it was like June 2004, where they did like 17 consecutive rate hikes, 25 basis points at a time. and the market climbed 20% over that time period. So I last I heard, that was their pitch, right? What they wanted to try to do. And then obviously since then, Fed's had a blackout. So it's really about, are we still on track for that narrative, I think. If we have anything that sort of goes crazy different, or we get like a deviation from that story, right? Where we get like a 50 basis point hike today, that's where things could get a little bit nutty, I think is a gentle way of describing it. I think that's where we start to see a little bit of that craziness, where the algos could give us a bit of an overreaction. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right? That comes at 2 p.m., 2:30. So we should have a very simple narrative. What do you mean by seeing different happen? Can you explain? Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so today's honestly, I think it's gonna be the speech that's important. That's gonna be where that narrative where we get that kind of like plan outlined, right? But yeah, I know, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. Oh, this looks familiar on QQQ. I'm not sure if I'm bold enough to go after this though, guys, right? I don't think it's worth it. I'm happy to be sitting on green. I don't need to do anything stilly. So continuing to sit on hands here, guys, for now. I don't know if there's anything that I particularly want to get after. If something does set up, right, the move is to go after longer time frame candles here now, right? Reduce some of that signal noise, reduce some of that extra stress, and just take our breath right before anything sets up. I'm up like 4,500 bucks on the day. 13K on Nvidia, minus 3,300 on SPY, minus 4,400 on QQQ, right? So nice little distribution there for a 1 for 3. But that's just kind of the way this market is, right? We need to be very careful with our risk reward, right? Make sure we're targeting things that are reasonable and not have this expectation that we're going to be hitting on 100% of our trades here, right? When things get choppy, when things get challenging, we still have to take our shots, right? We still have to have that discipline, but just the risk reward that we go for probably has to be a little bit more aggressive, right? So instead of, having the expectation that 50% of our trades are going to be winners, right? Maybe we have to have the expectation that only 30% of our trades are going to be winners. And so if 30% of our trades are going to be winners, right, the way we maintain our edge, or the way that we maintain having a positive expectation of having a green trade, is by targeting 3-to-1 risk reward or better in that context, right? So that's why that is so important, right? So when conditions change, when things change, our base principles stay the same, right? How we trade stays the same. Just our few little execution details, right? These little things that we can tweak here and there to adapt to the market, right? That's where we show our flexibility. That's where we show our personality, and then how we kind of ensure that we keep trading a numbers game. So maybe I said a lot there. Hopefully that makes sense for you guys. But that's really the difference between winning traders and losing traders, right? Is they're able to understand these little detail changes, right? If that makes sense. So still just hanging out here, everyone, right? I'm not, like I said, nothing to force, nothing to trade here in the short term. Pretty happy after that little NVIDIA scalp. So now just sitting on hands. Like I said, I reckon things will get pretty challenging, pretty choppy until post FOMC. We'll let the algos kind of fight it out, and then once they do, we'll clean up the scraps. So this is very much a market that is stuck, right? 1 hour inside bar, very limited breakouts on the names that did give us higher highs. So the momentum or the interest that this market had in the morning, right, has kind of dried up. It's kind of what we were talking about, kind of what we expected. So I wouldn't say anything here is acting too crazy or too unexpected. I need to probably still remain relatively cautious. Really impressive from Facebook. Sorry, just got sidetracked there. So still need to remain relatively cautious here, I think, right until proven otherwise. Just consolidation. There's nothing here that's screaming out to me like we need to get involved. And so the expectation is now that everyone's going to be sitting on hands, right? They positioned themselves maybe prior to this Fed minutes. And now there's very little for us to do besides sort of sit and wait, right? Most of the time, if you trade options, at least for myself, 90% of my action comes in the first 90 minutes. Right, so if you can do 90 minutes a day for 90 days, right, you can kind of learn what you need to learn. That's when you're going to learn 90% of what you need. So for me, this still just remains a very just challenging market, right, until sort of that proven otherwise or until that narrative changes or gets confirmed. Just not really sure I'm there yet. So yeah, I just don't want the extra stress, right? It keeps coming down to that. Rather kind of make sure I'm protecting that mental capital, and then everything else will take care of itself. So for now, very happy to be sitting on a green day. Don't need to do anything. Don't need to force trades. Don't need to rush action that isn't there. If something sets up, right, it'll set up post FOMC now, and it's going to be very, very hard to trust any breakouts or breakdowns, right, prior to this news event. So the range has completely disappeared, right? I mean, look at this. Right on the 5 min here on QQQ, that's terrible. Nothing to trade there. So for now, guys, we're very much stuck. It's just now going to be time decay, right? They're just going to try to kill premiums. There's just no value, right? It's very hard for us to generate value when the markets aren't moving, right? Our expectation is now that volume returns or steps back in to support this volatility, right, around the time Jay Powell starts speaking, or minutes, right, when it gets released, and then he starts speaking. So 2 p.m. and then 2:30. Before then, now, right, I think this is a nervous, apprehensive, skeptical market, and it's challenging to expect that we're going to get very easy follow through here. So I'm remaining very cautious. I'm sitting on hands. I'm basically putting myself under an embargo where I cannot place a trade until that sort of 2 p.m. time frame comes around at the very least, right? At 2 p.m., we're basically going to treat that again like market open. So let the news drop, right? Wait for everything to kind of settle, and then see if we can get kind of some of these ideas to trigger. After lunch, this 1:30 time frame to 2 p.m., right? That's when we're going to kind of reevaluate this market, right? See how things can set up, right? Readjust some of our plans, and then sort of put ourselves in a situation to sort of be very prepared to sort of dominate the second half, right? We can kind of split the trading day into sort of two halves, right? This morning period, 9:30 to sort of 11, right? And then sort of the afternoon period, that 2 to 4, right? 2:30 to 4, 2 to 4. And we do a little bit of prep, right, before each one. Always make sure that we're trading our plan. We're not deviating from it, right? We're not making things up as we go. We're putting ourselves consistently in situations where we can be successful, right? That's what our objective is here as traders. Is to not make things up, right, when we're emotional or when we have things on the line. It's to come up with our plans, to come up with our ideas, and then to sit and wait, right? As traders, we get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time. So we need to be consistently working on our process to ensure that we can have the best outcome, right? Consistently, the most profitable or the strongest traders are the ones who are very much process-based, right? They notice where the flaws are in what they're doing, in their execution, in their risk management, in whatever it is. And then when they focus on perfecting those little details, the outcome starts to take care of itself. So let's make sure that we continue to control those things that we can control, and then everything else will kind of fall into place for us. Still no movement, right? Just more consolidation here. So that's double inside bars on the old spider, right? Doji inside bar there on Q. So not quite an inside bar, but essentially. So very hard to look at this as high conviction price action for any moves here right this afternoon. I'm slowly going to start making myself some lunch. Like I said, I don't really anticipate there being any trades. Kind of place myself on an embargo until Fed minutes here. So that's really it for now. Once Fed minutes get out of the way, then should things hopefully things will clear up, and we should get a few setups. But in the sort of immediate term before then, I don't know if there's really that much value in chasing action that isn't particularly there. So I'm sitting on hands, right? Very happy to be green, up like 4,500 or something like that. So no complaints, right? Happy to just be green on what's been a relatively challenging day after that opening hour. And we'll see how the rest of this day shapes up. But for now, not really forcing anything, not really in a rush to overtrade, not really in a rush to do anything else besides just kind of see what this future narrative is like. Market's not going anywhere, but my account will if I make bad decisions, right? So let's be proactive, not reactive in our risk management, and just be putting ourselves in the best position to succeed. So like I said, still going to stick around and watch here for a little bit before taking off for lunch. But kind of half by my computer, half by my kitchen, making myself some pasta. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, right, pop them in the chat. I am here. But like I said, not really trading anything until after Fed minutes. Not particularly. I live in a city though where they have it, but I do like the Netflix show. The Netflix show is electric. You a fan, Rusty? Oh, that's sick. Yeah, Montreal does the Grand Prix here, and yeah, I mean, I'd love to go check that out. It'd be an absolute blast. But like, I feel like if you're gonna go to a race event in the States, you got to go to like, I don't know, like a Talladega or something like that, right? One of those, like an Indy 500. One of those. Just get the full like, just a cultural experience. I feel like F1 is about like, if you're a fan, like either wearing like your Ferrari shirt or like your suit and tie and drinking champagne. When I think of like racing in America, that tends to not be what I think of. Yeah, seems like an absolute just madness. Oh my goodness. I mean, you can use that to your advantage, though, right? They never see it coming. All right, everybody. I'm going to take off for lunch here. Like I said, no point chasing any of this action here going into this lunch period. Just consolidation, right? That's the third inside bar here in a row. No point chasing this. It's just not worth it. So I'm going to be back around that 1:30 time frame like always. And so we'll do another little pre-market rundown, right? Figure out how this market's going to react to that Fed. Kind of map things out. But in the short term, right, nothing for us to particularly trade until that news drops. Hopefully you guys are all banking on a nice green day here after that NVIDIA play. Congratulations to everyone who caught that. And hopefully we can just keep stacking up some more W's here in the afternoon. So I'll be back around that 1:30 time frame like always. Same deal, right, to everyone. If you have any questions outside of you want to hit me up with, right? Hit me up on Discord, Twitter, email, whatever, and I'll get back to you as soon as I see it. So I'll talk to you guys in a little bit.
Thank you.
So back from lunch here, everybody. Thanks for just being a little bit patient there. I was just playing with something. Hope you enjoyed the little, yeah, just a little video message, or sorry, a lunch video message, right? Clears or just changes things up a little bit for us. Yeah, let me know if you guys enjoyed it. Otherwise, go from there. We've obviously had quite a bit of sell-off here, right, over this lunch period. Good increasing volume, but not exactly screaming out as sort of that outlier or sort of that mega strength to the downside. Really getting a lot of this sort of action pulling back here as we sort of approach this FOMC. Right, that comes down about 30 minutes here, give or take, 29 minutes, give or take. And so I'm obviously not going to be trading until that sort of drops. Right, so our expectation here, or what we're looking at now, is to look for these gap moves, right? Kind of get back inside, fill this gap here towards these 426 targets, and then we can kind of get a little bit of follow through there. So we're going to set these kind of initial morning lows as our sort of area of resistance, right? Then we're going to want to see that area break and hold on volume before we're able to sort of chase any action down. The beautiful thing about if we get a green to red reversal, right, plus a news narrative, it's going to accelerate the pace of the sell significantly. So if all of a sudden we start to get a lot of bearish momentum here this morning and we start to see a lot of action that steps in, right, if things go green to red and we get that narrative to step in, we should have a little bit of an elevator on the way down. Now, I don't want to promise anything, and I certainly don't want to try to front run any moves, but you know, that would traditionally be how things behave after a kind of green to red reversal prior to a news event. Right, this morning is starting to look a little bit like it was giving us that like sell the news type setup, right, where it was pumping up before. Now that's recovered here a little bit, so we create the opportunity for sort of max uncertainty with this price action. Like I said, we're either going to look for sort of gap, like fill this gap, right? Most gaps tend to get filled. So look to fill this gap right back down towards, say, this 428, right? Or we're going to look for really high volume reversals back towards high of day. Regardless of how things set up or how things really want to behave over the next 27 minutes, we're not going to chase any breakdowns or breakouts right now. There's just no point, right? Whole market is waiting for this news event that comes out in 27 minutes. So let's not compromise our process just because we're bored, right? For now, it definitely looks like this is a very similar setup across the board. Maybe some of the financial companies are holding up relatively well. But in general, this is not a market that's giving me any very clear signals for what to go after at the moment. So really, if we can get these gap fills and those can all sort of step up and sync up, we should have a little bit of an opportunity to get some follow through. But if not, right, well, it should still end up being a relatively interesting afternoon because we should see those algos getting turned on, right? We should see some craziness step into the market. It's just going to be up to us then to sort of control our mentality, right? Control sort of our ability to control our emotions, right? If we can just continue to be proactive, not reactive in our risk management, we're going to give ourselves a really good like setup or really good situation to take advantage of this expected volatility that's coming in. But let's make sure we're waiting for our setups, right? Let's wait for our triggers. Let's wait for our confirmation. And then let's make sure that whatever execution requirements we have, we're not compromising on those. It's a little bit of a uncertain kind of future here, right? We don't know what the Fed is going to do. We're not particularly confident on how much of a hike they're going to do, right? If they're going to hike, whatever. So it's not worth trying to pick a side here, right? That's just straight up gambling. We don't particularly have much of an edge there. And so it's hard to justify just taking a stab just for the sake of it. In my opinion, right, the easiest or most likely setup is down. We've seen nothing that sort of invalidates the weakness that we've seen on March 7th, March 8th, right? We've seen nothing volume-wise that sort of takes or sort of invalidates that weakness. So if we can get that continuation, right, that gives us our best bet of having a really big move. But our objective here is not to get too attached to a thesis, right? It's just figure out what this price wants to do, find if we can get that right risk reward, right, and then look to take advantage of it. We just need to make sure that that edge is still in our favor, that we're keeping things a numbers game, right? We're just not compromising these little things. So I'm going to keep repeating that. I'm going to keep kind of stressing it because that's really how we are able to survive right until we can thrive. It's a nice little day here, and I'm green even though I'm 1 for 3 on the day, right? And so position management, right? Targeting the right risk rewards and just cutting your losers quick, right? That's what we need to just continue doing and just maintain that discipline. It's not always going to be super easy, right? It's not always going to be a super kind of clean market. So let's make sure that we just continue to control those things that we can control. This morning's action, right, was like a 27% win in this NVIDIA, right? So looking for a really high volume breakout, right? Look to enter on this 242.75 break. And we ran this thing up, right? So played those, well, I can't remember what calls they were. Played those 245 calls, sorry. Played those 245 calls, right, from about 3:30 to about, 4:30 to about 5:50 for a nice little 27% scalp. That's really been what's been keeping us afloat here today. Not been too much action since then. Really just kind of a low volume consolidation and even sell-off. So for now, right, we're just sitting on hands. We don't need to do anything else today. We are sitting on a green day, right? We don't need to force action. We don't need to force plays. When things come together, we're going to have a really good opportunity to take advantage of it. Otherwise, right, let's just not force stuff that isn't there. So for now, just waiting for this FOMC. Let's see how it shapes up. Let's see where that strength steps in after. We're going to treat this like market open. So let the headline drop. Let the initial first 5-minute candle close. Give us a directional clue. And then we can look to take advantage of any move. So as we kind of approach this 2 p.m. hour, right, FOMC, I plan on just like throwing on like a Bloomberg TV, right, CNBC, whatever you can find, just to kind of get the news and just sort of watch how these markets behave. Like I said, not going to chase any action in that first minute or two, right? Would like to see just how price action behaves, how things settle, right? Let the algos do their craziness, and then we can kind of go from there. So I think realistically, right, if it does fill, it's going to be an algo fill. But what we'd like to see is for it to fill, hold, and then we can look for continuation breakdowns towards that like 415, right? 420 area. 415 is probably too ambitious. So realistically, right, this $2, however much it is, will go really quick. So fairly unlikely that we're going to get that right action there, but it's about fill that gap, right? Create that trend, and then we can look to ride that momentum. So that's realistically what we're looking at. All right, guys. So we're what, T minus 5 minutes here or so until Fed decision, right? Let's just see what happens. Let's see how this shapes up, but not forcing anything here, right? Not rushing anything here. Let's see where the relative strength steps in. Bias looks to be to the downside, but let's not get too carried away until we kind of get that confirmation. So headline should drop the next 3 or 4 minutes now. We'll chat about it when it does. We'll see what the reaction is, but just be a little bit patient. I've got Bloomberg on TV here now, so we'll see how this comes together. Anyone want to do I don't know, a little coin flip bet on the outcome? 25 basis point hike, 50 basis point hike, no hike. Anyone want to make market here? So, okay, so we got a lot of guys on 25, one on 50. Nice work, Kyle. So it's not about if it's priced in. Let's talk about what they're going to do first. So first hike, right? Is it going to be 25 basis points or is it going to be 50? And then what's the guidance, right? That's what we really care about. Personally, I think it's going to be 50 with like 7 hikes coming up this year. So just a reminder, right? First move usually on FOMC is fake. Second move sometimes fake. So let's wait for a confirmation, right? Let's make sure that we're holding those full body, full volume candles. Algos should be going crazy here in a second. So let's see. I don't see the headline in yet. Okay, so they hiked by 25 basis points. So as expected, do not see any specific comments here though. So dot plots are saying 6 rate increases, up to 6 rate increases this year. So let's see how this holds. Good volume stepping in so far on the SPY. Good volume here on QQQ as well if it loads. Apple, similar story. So we are getting a little bit of a bearish sell-off here. Still have 3 minutes on this candle though, right? We're not rushing after this action here yet. So remain cautious, be patient. Talked about how that, this might get filled relatively easily without us. So make sure that we're not chasing after candles that aren't perfect, right? We want something that looks like this most bearish, second most bearish, normal body bearish, if we're going to get that follow through to the downside. We want to avoid this kind of action, this kind of head fake, right? We're sitting on a green day, so our objective doesn't have to be to find a trade here, right? Our objective here is to make sure that we put ourselves in the best decision or best place we possibly can to make the best decision. So let's be patient. Let's wait for that A+ candle. Let's wait for that A+ setup, and then we're going to have a good look. But definitely a little bit of an algo sell, followed by an algo dip buy here. Probably be worth just waiting for these longer time frame candles, or possibly even waiting for Powell to speak. At the moment, this is not giving us a particularly tradable range, but 2 minutes to go here still. A lot can change. So only one Fed president thought that they should have done a 50 basis point hike. So kind of that's kind of funny, but all the responses that we got from my little question, right? Pretty much the exact same exact same plot as the Fed, right? So Fed's got what, 7 presidents plus Powell, so 8 total. We had what, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had 6 response, one 50 basis point hike. So we're pretty much just like the Fed. It's funny to see. Not a bad close here potentially from the SPY. It's gonna be worth keeping an eye on. Realistically, probably want to buy more time here. So looking at like March 21st puts. Spreads are not fantastic though. Just the spread's a little bit too aggressive for me. I don't want to be chasing after a 3 or 4% spread here on SPY. It's a lack of liquidity that I'm not used to seeing here, which is going to give me a little bit of that head fake potential. So this is normally, right, we should see 1 or 2 cent spreads here. When we're seeing a little bit bigger than that, when we're seeing 4, 5, 6 cent spreads, it's a little bit of a warning sign for me. So I'd rather wait for some of these longer time frames, see if we can get this thing to give us a little bit of a stronger close, right? And maybe we'll have a slightly higher conviction signal. We haven't gotten a very aggressive sell-off here yet into this sort of gap. And so that it's a little bit unexpected, right? Because like Rusty was saying earlier, it almost seems too easy, right? So there's a lot of other participants, I was going to say idiots, And I don't mean that you rusty. I mean like where there's a lot of people who just chase every high and low breakdown, right? And so there's a lot of other people that would have chased this break. So where's the fill? Where's the momentum follow through past, right? There would have been a lot of people that just jumped in right away, and we didn't really see that price action. So pair that with sort of inconsistent spreads or spreads that we're not used to seeing. Just makes me think that we should just wait this thing out just a little bit longer than what we're getting here now. So I'm being patient, guys. Let's wait if we can get a confirmation on maybe the 15-min time frame, and then we'll have maybe a better look. This gap is still relatively big, so we have a lot of space down. We can afford to be patient, and we didn't, not really the reaction you wanted to see to the downside here yet. So I'd say for now, we've done pretty well to avoid that trap. We need a little bit more information here, right? Like I said, if this thing can hold on the 15-min time frame, we're going to have a good look. But that spread still remains a little bit unruly. Still makes me just a little bit nervous that this thing is going to move down nicely. So I'm being cautious here. Seeing a spread, right, 7-8 cents on the SPY is just too big for me. I cannot, in good consciousness, chase after that. That's too much of a wild card. So I'll let other participants play this gap down. If we can get a signal, I'll take it on the longer time frame. Like I said, I don't need to do anything else here today. Sitting on a nice green day, so don't need to do anything silly. Let's just see how this day continues to behave. So just be patient here, right? Like I said, if it's going to give us that setup, it's going to be on this 15-min time frame, right? And we're going to want to trust these longer signals, right? Not that building momentum, not that excellent sign of strength there on that 5-min. It's just too easy to talk myself out of this, right? Which tells me it's not A+, right? No sign of building momentum post-announcement. We got a little bit of a flurry during, but then nothing after. So let's try to see if these candles can hold. Let's try to see if they can give us a little bit more conviction. But I'm not chasing after this move yet. QQQ might be the more interesting setup here, right? Better volume profile on this 15 min, right? Highest volume bar for a while. So let's watch this for the next 2 minutes, see how these candles close, and then we should see if we have an opportunity to get some follow through. If they're strong, right, they're going to close looking like this most bearish candle, and we're going to have a look to the downside. If they pull back and they want to bounce and do this kind of stuff, so be it. This is stressful action that we don't need to be a part of. So let's continue to be patient. Let's continue to see where that strength steps in. Trust the longer time frames. Don't need to get too carried away on the 5. Don't need to get too carried away on the 1 minute or the 3 minute. Right? Trust the longer time frames here. Treasuries continue to pump as well. 10-year now, 2.211. It's aggressive. In theory, right? But 25 basis point hikes, not that. It's not going to change too much for like lending operations and stuff. Okay, so QQQ is definitely the one I'm more interested in here. Need to see this thing go green first. Give me that little pullback, and then we can look to enter. So now we just need to be a little bit cautious, right? So our next area of expected resistance is to touch this bottom, right? So touch this high of day. Sorry, yesterday's close, not high of day. So just got to make sure that we're still getting that 2-to-1 risk reward here, right? So we're getting 75 cents for $1.50 as stands, right? Just about in play. Okay, that's going to be a risk reward failure here now on QQQ. Excuse me. So NVIDIA, right, looks good. Again, though, no risk reward validation there, right? So remain cautious. This is still not super clean action. We're not getting those risk reward profiles that we need here, right? We're risking $1 to make $1.50. There's no, we don't have an edge in that circumstance. Nvidia, similar story here. Now we're risking $1.50 to make $2. Again, not worth it. So let's see what Powell has to say here at 2:30. And then maybe we'll have an opportunity to chase after something then. But for now, no setups here, guys. I don't have anything. For now, right, I don't anticipate there being too much for us to trade until after Powell's done chatting. So, got 10 minutes or so until he starts speaking. Should get maybe another little bout of volatility, but less volatility than I was expecting there, for better or for worse. It's like, this is so sneaky here on the SPY, right? Bullish engulfing candle, bullish engulfing volume, make a higher high, and then puke. So we need to be very cautious, right? This is traps everywhere. So let's be very, very careful. Trust these longer signals and wait, right, until just more of this kindling clears, right? The concern here isn't necessarily that we need to get, or that what we're celebrating here is not saying that we're going to get that volatility today or whatever. It's that this is the big narrative that markets have been waiting for a long time here, since like January. So hopefully this allows us to start to create a little bit of trending conditions here again, and we can kind of get out of this sort of chop that we've been in, right, since this sort of January grind started. So let's hopefully that's the case, right? Let's see what happens or how we continue to behave here from this sort of Fed decision. But Powell speaks in 5 minutes. Let's see what he's got to say. You know, in the short term, there's not really too much to chase after. Even if this closes as like that full body, full volume candle, it's going to be hard to chase after that right as Powell starts talking. There's going to be a little bit more expected volatility during that situation. So a little bit intimidating to want to try to be first there. Again, though, right, if it's strong and the move is really going to give us an opportunity, there's going to be more than one chance to get in. So let's just wait for things to look absolutely perfect, and then we'll take advantage of them. Sitting on a nice green day, right? Don't need to force anything. Don't need to do anything silly. Just make sure we keep stacking them up and keep making good decisions. So let's watch this 30-minute close here. Right, it's a great close, but very scary to chase this as Powell's about to start speaking, right? It's going to be algo o'clock, so I'm not sure if I want to play hero ball here and have to be going after it. Looks good, though. So let's see what they have to say. But for now, guys, just sitting on hands. All right, so Powell speaking now, guys. I'll be watching this. If he says something interesting, I'll get on here as well. So, okay, he's now taking questions. Realistically, right, probably done. Kind of indecisive price action here all of a sudden for us. Right, can't chase after this. Not way too much of a pullback here. So for now, guys, not too much has changed here, unfortunately, after this Fed decision, right? We got really nice initial breakdown candle, but just no real risk-reward profile that became justifiable. So things had to move without us, unfortunately, right? Which is the way things go here sometimes. And now we seem to be getting quite an aggressive pullback here on what appears to be very limited volume. Even on some of these 5-minute time frames, it doesn't really look like we're building too much momentum. So I remain very cautious here in the short term. If we can get a really strong 30-minute reversal, that creates a little bit of hope here for us. But the expectation now is not that we're going to get too much further volatility. We're looking for a certain type of reaction here post FOMC. We haven't gotten that here yet. Right? We wanted a slightly more consistent narrative, a slightly just cleaner, right, kind of price action behavior. And that hasn't really been the case here. So happy to just sit on hands, right? Protect a green day and not do anything stupid. For those of you who are DTR guests, right, joining for the first time, thank you so much for joining. Say hello, introduce yourselves, get involved. The more you guys can ask, right, the more I can hopefully help answer your questions and help make you guys profitable traders. My name is Michael. I've been trading for like a little bit over 8 years, like 8.5 years now. And yeah, now I run a day trading room. I try to do things a little bit differently than sort of other streams, right, or other places, and try to have our interests aligned correctly. So the way that looks for me here is I run a 90-day traders challenge that I basically the guarantee is, I mean, I trade every day 9 to 4, right? But like I get 1 to 3 setups a day usually that I go after, Damon. So the deal is, guys, right? I believe that I can turn anyone into a winning trader in 90 days or less. And if you join the Traders Challenge and you join and I can't turn you into a winning trader, I'll give you your money back 100% guaranteed. So if anyone's ever interested in joining DTR and trading with me full time, Monday through Friday, getting access to the Discord server, all of our DTR documents, any of those sort of things, you can join now, and it's 100% money back guaranteed if I can't turn you into a winning day trader. The link is down in the description below, and I'll pop it in the chat here as well. I am, yeah. So I live stream every single day, show every single trade from 9 to 4. And I just do free live streams on Wednesdays. It's basically my form of marketing. But yeah, I live stream Monday to Friday, 9 to 4. I mean, sometimes take a day off here and there, but not too often. And yeah, show every trade, every why behind it. Just talk through markets all day long. And yeah, just show you exactly why I do everything, why I do it, explain it, and just kind of give you that stream of consciousness as long as I'm seeing things. Yeah, no worries, Damon. If you want to get involved, totally understand. Let me send you a link here quickly. So if you send me your email here, I'll basically send you a document that details my trading strategy. So it tells you why, like explains why I do things, how I do things. Kind of looks like this. So you get a quick little breakdown of why I do things, how I do things, and that's down there, that second link. So if you're ever interested in just getting some more information, right, staying in touch, that would be the way to do it as well. So that's like, it's just really my thing here, right? So I'm a day trader first, marketer second. So just trying to make the room, right, for everyone's goals to be in the same place, right? It's not fair if I make money if you guys don't, right? I shouldn't make money off your sub fees if you guys aren't learning, if you aren't able to become profitable yourself. That's why you're here for. And so I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. I've been going for about a year. A little bit over under a year. We have about 20 members, something along those lines. So I live stream every single day, Monday through Friday. But I do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday exclusively for DTR members. So I live stream like this every single day, every single trade. As long as I'm like healthy enough to trade, I'm trading. My favorite thing I do in the world. So yeah, I live stream every single day. I just do free live streams on Wednesdays. And then for those who like can't watch all day, because I totally understand that, right? That's what the Discord server is designed for. So Discord server is set up so that you can get alerts, right? Set up alerts so you know when to tune into the stream. In general, it's about 90 minutes a day where we're pretty busy. That opening 90 minutes has about 85 to 90% of the action. And yeah, usually that's about it. Goals, target 10% win a day. Just keep stacking them up, compound gains, and to learn how to become winning traders. That's really all I teach. The objective is to teach you guys how to think for yourselves, how to think about risk management for yourselves, how to think about finding your own plays. And the way I was taught how to trade when I worked at a pretty big hedge fund was I sat beside a really senior trader and I asked him every question I could possibly think of. I copied his trades. I learned from him and then ultimately learned how to apply that to my own ideas. So I want to provide that same service here for members where I can coach, I can provide help, I can show you what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, explain it in as simple of terms as possible, and then help you to take these principles and mold them to fit your personality. Because ultimately, when you start thinking for yourself and you start thinking independently, that's when you start to really compound your gains and really start to improve as a trader. And no matter what room you follow or what strategy you try to pursue, if you don't try to put your own spin on it, you're never going to find that long-term success. So that's the service I try to provide. And yeah, and like I said, I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. So SPY has a chance to give us that high volume reversal, right? 10 minutes to go. We're certainly more than 2/3 of the way there on this 10-minute candle. Nice, Kyle. What was the setup for you? Just played this like reversal. So let's see if SPY has the volume, right, to kind of get back in play here. That's really the best looking thing. Maybe Tesla. Not super convincing though. Not a ton of room up towards that 840. Okay, so bullish engulfing candle. If we can go bullish engulfing on volume, we're going to have a look here on the old spider. But let's be patient. We need this to look absolutely perfect, right? No compromises here. So let's watch how this candle closes, right? Good volume standard, but would like to see this thing close preferably above that like 431.40. All right, a little bit of an aggressive rejection here so far. Right, so this pullback makes it very challenging. It's why we care about full body candles, right? Full body candles are a good sign of strength because it gives us or keeps us in play for getting a reasonable risk reward profile towards that wherever our target is here, right? So just hypothetically, our entry on this breakout here, on this reversal signal, would be for a move above this 431.40, right? So as stands, we have a $1.50 risk for $2.85 reward, right? So we're just not getting that 2-to-1 risk reward profile. When we don't get those strong candles, when we don't get those full bodies, right, it just doesn't give us a chance to survive any little pullback, right? Any real sign of relative strength, right? See it get defended and then break out. So no setup there on the SPY. Very similar math here on QQQ, right? So really good volume, like normal body bullish candle. But then when we're targeting that high of day, which is our sort of next reasonable area of resistance, right? We've got, call it $2 risk now, $1.70 risk now for $1.94 reward. So the profiles no longer make sense. The calculations no longer make sense. And it's impossible for us to chase this action up because we no longer have a quantifiable or verifiable edge in this outcome. So even though this is a possible spot where it could run, or a spot where we could get some follow through, we don't have the expectation of this being a particularly good risk reward profile. So it's failing on our execution requirements, right? Every trade has sort of three parts to it. It's got the setup, right? Which is why you want to take the trade. So for us, right, okay, high volume bounce off of low of day, middle Bollinger Band, right, finding support. It's kind of like a moving average, right? So there's our setup. Our confirmation, right, is that, okay, normal body bullish candle, right, plus that, super strong volume. So we've got enough sign of strength. Then our execution requirements are 2% option spread or less, right? 2K option volume, and then risk reward of 2 to 1 or better. And so we're failing on that risk reward requirement. And so we have to stay away. Not worth chasing action. That just does not give us a positive expectation of having a good result, right? Trading is simply just a numbers game. So that's the point of it. That's the point of our position sizing. That's the point of how we size our plays. If we're able to keep our risk consistent, right? Say you never lose more than $100 a trade. You size your positions to never lose more than $100 a trade. As long as you have a edge of 51% or more and you target 2 to 1 risk reward or better, you will make money as a trader. That's as simple as it gets, right? That's just how the math works, right? So that's the objective of every trader, is to turn this into a numbers game, to start thinking about things in probabilities instead of thinking in things as certainties, right? I know that in 2021, I was profitable on 75% of my trades. So if I win 75% of the time, target 2 to 1 risk reward or better, I'm not going to be green every single time. I'm not going to be green every single day, but no trader will be. But what I will have, and what you will have, is if you learn the strategy, right, and learn how to trade this way, is a sustainable, provable, scalable method to turn your trading career into whatever you want it to be. So that's it, guys, right? If you're able to manage your risk, you're able to keep that risk reward consistent, right? You're able to control those things that you can control. You turn trading into a very simple numbers game where your success becomes inevitable. And that's all that we're trying to learn, right? That's all that we're trying to manage on a day-to-day basis as traders. So that we need to make sure, that we control those things that we can continue to control, and we don't make bad decisions, right? We're proactive, not reactive. So let's continue to be really good proactive decision makers and not chase after plays that aren't there. So how did everyone's trading day go here today? Everyone had pretty successful days. Not sure if we're really getting too much follow through here now during this power hour time frame. Right, guys, if you trade options, the majority of your action happens in that first sort of hour and a half of the day. Right, you tend to not get a huge expectation or very often get those big volume profiles midday that you need to get those option moves, especially when VIX is hanging out near that 30 handle. Right, that tends to price things up really expensive. Right, you see a lot of contracts having, like SPY, right, had like 35% IV at one point here today. It's a huge number for the SPY, right? It means it has to move more for your option to get paid, right? So when we deal with these really high volatility environments, we deal with these high VIX environments, right? It creates extra pressure because that volatility is already priced into your options contract, right? So we need to make sure that we're only going after these moves when we have the highest expectation of that move actually being possible of happening. So that's the way it works, right? In general, right, we only need 1 or 2 or 3 trades a day, if we're lucky, to make our money, right? To have a really, really good career. 10% win a day will change your life, right? 1% a day doubles your account every 70 trading days. So don't need to be more aggressive than that, right? You don't need to chase after bigger moves than that, right? That's 10% win in an option. That's really sustainable, right? Really possible. A very realistic outcome, on a day-to-day basis. So that's what you should be targeting, right? Get rid of this greed. Stop chasing these 100% runners and start swinging for signals, right? Big wins happen from having a consistent, repeatable process, not for swinging your absolute hardest at something. Till end of week, you're saying, JP now? Not a huge, I mean, I don't swing trades, so I'm not sure if I'd be super interested in that personally. Done nothing to really invalidate this consolidation here yet, though, so that would be my biggest concern. Just think about it this way, right? Post FOMC, FOMC came out at 2 p.m. We're pretty much exactly where we were at the time of the announcement. So nothing's changed, right? Nothing's changed. So really waiting for any indication of that outlier volume on any breakout here, right? So as we're getting a little bit of a reversal, there's no candle here that pops out that's telling us that bulls are in control, right? So it becomes a little bit challenging. The reason I say that is we look at this 5-minute volume profile here. This is where the sell started, right? That 2 p.m. candle, and we've had nothing that's sort of given us a higher conviction or stronger looking candle bar compared to that one, right? So we've got no real confirmation that bulls are back in control. Like I said, doesn't mean it can't run up, right? Doesn't mean it can't go. Just means we don't have a very clean setup or clear setup on how to take advantage of this move. So it's better to not trade it if it's not perfect, right? Versus just trading anything that sort of sets up, right? So I'd rather be careful. I'd rather be patient. Like I said, don't need to force anything sitting on a nice green day. So really don't need to do anything silly here today. Would rather just continue to just stack up those wins, right? And let everything else take care of itself. Like I said, guys, there's a few free resources here available for everyone. This is the correct link here still, right? So if you join here, right, you can get my free day trading strategy. Looks exactly like this, right? And it tells you kind of how I enter trades, how I define risk, what I look for in candlesticks, volume profile, whole 9 yards. You want that, right? Available for free to everyone. And then for those of you who are interested in becoming a winning trader, right, who are struggling with that process or want to make that process go quicker, I offer what's called the Trader's Challenge. So it's a 90-day program. You can pay 90 days at once. You can pay month to month, however you decide to go. Very flexible, but it's designed to help you win. And if I can't turn you into a winning trader after those 90 days, I'll give you your money back guaranteed, 100%, no questions asked, right? You can prove you. If I didn't turn you into a winning trader, give your money back, right? No questions asked. So that's available to everyone as well, right? The objective is for myself, right, the educator, and you guys, the hopefully interested students, right, for our interests to be aligned, right? I don't think any other trading room offers that sort of guarantee. And so there's a lot of scammers, guys, right? There's a lot of bullshitters. So this is my way of trying to show that, try to be different than those other ones. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing here that tells us the chop is over, right? Now, we've slightly maybe better increasing daily volume on the SPY, so maybe we can get a little bit of a move, but there isn't that much upside potential here. We're still kind of limited towards that 440 mark, right? We've basically been in a consolidation period since this February 24th. We can get a breakout above there on some volume, then things could start to get interesting. But for now, this is a market that's kind of very much inside a consolidation or range-bound phase. What's your setup target there? Like why are you liking those numbers? So can you tell me the why behind why you're calling that number maybe? All right, everyone. I think realistically, that's probably going to be it for me here today. Really good day, right? Everyone, good job. Finished the day nicely green. After that, NVIDIA 25% win. Do a quick little rundown of how that setup went, right? Really nice full body outlier volume on this breakout here at 10:15. Entered about 10:20 on those 245 calls at, was it 433? I think the average price was up towards that 550 mark. We actually pretty much top ticked it, which was a lot of fun, but just weren't able to get any further follow through on that BB breakout. So really, really strong play, really strong setup. Waited for that volume to step in and then rewarded us with really, really nice follow through. I'll do a little video rundown or breakdown of that trade here later this afternoon, and that'll be on my YouTube here later today. So if those who want to replay that trade, see how it went, see maybe where you could have done better, how you could have improved, feel free to take a look at that later this afternoon. Otherwise, guys, if you're ever interested in becoming a winning trader, I offer the 90-day Traders Challenge. So become a winning trader in 90 days or less, or your money back guaranteed. So that's it, guys. That's going to be it. Link is down in the description there below. Live stream like this every single day for DTR members, and Wednesdays for DTR guests. So thanks so much to everyone who joined on this DTR Wednesday. Had a lot of fun with you all. And let's hope that next week is really strong and we have a lot of fun. Otherwise, guys, see you all tomorrow, and keep killing it rest of this week. Peace.